Okay. Het compiles. I guess I'll just start with the first problem. If I run the so far only test application that I have. At shadow states, there can only be one virtual shadow state. So apparently we get here twice, because the first time this should be null. And then this didn't insert, but then we assign it, and then the second time it has a different value, and shadow was already assigned. And then we crash here. Oh, right. Add characteristic. You're the first, yes, I just started. Or maybe what Crow Friends was first. He was first. Undo. I didn't do anything. I think that add characteristic is a function that is more or less called by the user. How can I ever have thought that this is it would not fire? Add characteristic is being called. Three times even. Yep, 3 times. This number of characteristics is 3. Yep. For int c is 0, c is less than number of characteristics plus plus. And then 0, we do this. So on. I think that is this function. So that creates a new characteristic. Gets the pointer to the pipeline factory and then calls add characteristic on that. Obviously with a different pointer every time. Okay, then I do a dynamic cast to add shader stage. I feel it coming. This one is not a shader stage, but these two are. Therefore it crashes on the second call. Because I already have a shader stage here. And now I'm adding a second one. Is that not allowed? I think it should be allowed. Why would these two share anything? They don't. Base pipeline. absolutely nonsense, as it were. Why do I not have any clue or overview of what is required to be shared between two different shader stages? Maybe I should try with avoiding the whole problem in the beginning by not having fragmented pipelines, by not having descriptors. That one currently is doing. Nothing, everything is commented out. Oh yeah, there, it's doing this. Add combined image sampler. It's adding a second combined image sampler. Yeah, duh. Okay. Separate fragments. Elias, hello. Okay, so just pretend that this thing is not here, which means I cannot use it here, of course. suppose I should just set the number of characteristics to 2 then. Damn it. Well, this then won't be called, but let's make it clear. I really have to stop doing this. Undo, undo, redo. Let's see what copy this. Hey, Fatman, you're back. Yeah, I copied it. What is this? Create textures. Okay, create textures, standard array, number of combined image samplers. We have a texture for each combined image sampler, currently 1. Prefix. Image data, file name, create a texture object, using top, I guess, we only have one of them. Upload it. I set a timer. Oh, there's a lot of the timer in this. And pipeline is mloop4 divided by a number of combined image samplers. This is mloop4 modulo number of combined image samplers. Combined image sample is larger than 0. It's not going to be, by the way. And unequal pipeline plus 1. Buffer. I have a Discord. It's not very active. and we find the Discord. That's my Discord. Yeah, for community. I don't know. There is buffer join Discord. What is this? And combine the image samplers. Combine the image sampler. Update image sampler array. Texture TI. Pipeline factory characteristic range IDs. What the hell is that? In my book, hacking means doing something in a quick and dirty way. So you don't want to learn that. And if you mean breaking security, then I don't know it either. Completely forgot how this worked. Number of Okay. Yeah, well, I think that I just broke it even more. But hey, that assert won't fire anymore. That's a good question, and I do indeed object. First of all, I don't use the word hacking in that sense, and secondly, I look down on it. Posted this before, but yeah, if you type in Google the hacker FAQ, then the top link here is explaining what I think is a hacker. Read that. That describes me. And all this other shit talk about hacking equals breaking into computers and stuff like that. They hijacked the word hacking. It just doesn't mean that. I really hate it when people redefine words. Originally, a hacker was someone who is going in depth. So if you sit behind your PC the whole day, 7 days a week, like me, or you never rest until you understand it down to the last bit, then you are a hacker, in my eyes. It has absolutely nothing to do with breaking into computers. Except that you might have to go to great depth to find security breaches. But originally, you know, that's not the only thing. Anyway, read the FAQ. At least you understand what I mean, I think. So yeah, if you want to talk about criminal things, then don't, please. As you can see here, by the way, I'm downloading Christmas music for our Christmas special stream. During Christmas, I'm going to do a stream with Christmas music, and then I'll not talk about Vulkan engine, but we're going to make some fun. I have to think about how exactly we're going to do that, but it should be fun. Well, still, you know, it's this stream is about Vulkan engine-ish, C++ maybe. I prefer very few chat. People can say hello and stuff like that, but if you start chatting a lot, then I have to switch to another tab because it's just distracting me like crazy. So it would be better to contact someone on Discord then. Have the chat in private. Okay, well, what was it doing? Links, yeah, okay. I have to run it again. And now we got them here. If this fails, then the run side didn't change and neither weight nor yield was called. Very vague. And that is for while running characteristic range initialized of this characteristic, which is super unclear. Which one is that? I guess we'll never know. Maybe it doesn't even matter. This thing is just 100% broken. That's what it is. Isn't there a computer file YouTube? If you want to know how computers work. Okay, run in TDV TT. I guess that's this one. Still the same thing. Thread 2. Yep. Thread 2 stopped. Well, you could start with installing Linux if you want to learn something and go in depth. Okay, I'm switching to another tab for it. Not seeing the chat now. Operator. Wait, down. Flex. Yeah, the only thing we really have this, I guess. Should just look at that. Okay, it says running state characteristic range initialized, the D. And then we crash here where it says that I didn't call wait or change state. Or called yield, but I never called it. I mean, not here. That really is the only one that I see here. And that in all cases both call set state and does await. So how on earth can it claim that it didn't do that? Okay, I'll set a breakpoint here, I guess. See what exactly happens, or when it happens. Run from the beginning. Chicken board. 7. We never got that there at all. What is going on? What is going on here? Guess I'll have to stop it here. Where it says that it is running it. But it isn't. Apparently. Okay, I'll set a breakpoint here, I suppose. So after that, the above is printed. Six, 3, 4. Going to call we get here 1 billion times. I need a way to detect breakpoint what? 1. First printed, print state, call back, continue, multiplex, condition 1, state equals multiplex, continue. Now we are in 0, 0, which printed immediate submit queue need action. Yeah. And so immediate submit queue. Okay, I need to see running multiplex. So So let's highlight that and I can continue. Time start. Pipeline initialize. Pipeline factory initialize, wasn't that one? No, it was. Oh, it was a characteristic range, I think. And now it crashed. 5 prints characteristic range initialized. And I missed it? Yeah, I missed it. There we are. So here I can reproduce this now. Apparently not. So something else. Thread or protect your test. Well, whatever. Continue. 5. Sorry, 3. Is running. Dude. Not getting it. Apparently there's a lot of things that are 7. Oh, well. That is also 7. How can it be this many breakpoints for the value 7? Doesn't make sense. Ridiculous. Yeah. Whatever. There we are, I think. Apple 1. wait, threadball 1, printing it, and then we break in threadball 2. Need another continue. This is threadball 1. There you go. Yeah, well, next. The last state was initialize. So yeah, state is multiplex. Okay, we go straight to the base class. Well, that's not really unsurprising, actually. Let's see what the value is of this thing. Yeah, I meant value. How do you do that? D or decimal? Yeah, 16. Ooh, way larger than 7. Hello, Demir. Right. So the run state is still 7, I guess. Step. Bang. 125. Why? What? Run state 7. That was while you are 93. I do step, but it goes to the end. In other words, none of these cases did match. Not even this one. Really? Oh. Oh, we are in characteristic. Oh, right. Yeah. This is not characteristic range initialized. We are running characteristic multiplex implementation for a characteristic range state. That's the problem. Okay, let's have a look at it again at this. And we got here because run state was, we entered it with that run state, right? So now the problem is with the run state being, where was it set? Which is this class anyway? Direct base class, yeah, this is the base pipeline, which is derived from characteristic, not from characteristic range. So somewhere the state got set to a characteristic range state, while we are actually running a characteristic, not a range. That's kind of strange. Isn't it just the beginning? Isn't this just the beginning? Is the automatic start? Probably it's running here. Did I delete that? Yeah. I vaguely remember that I deleted something. Pretty clearly remember it actually. And I could add it, but I would like to verify it. That I deleted it. I think I deleted the initialize implementation from a characteristic. Okay. How do we find that back? Wait a minute, man, what is this? Now I'm looking at characteristic range here. Yeah. Thought that was also defining characteristic. I think so. Must be below it. Maybe I scroll down more. This is a class characteristic. No, it seems I remembered wrongly, because I don't see anything like it. Nope. That's strange. No, gonna add it anyway. I think it should start here. for the base type. Yeah. Looks like it's... Well, okay. Yeah. And then how to test it. Guess I might as well just run it. Apparently that was not where I did run it from. Well, we did get past that point, so that's something. Now it could not compile this because that is not is undefined. Thread pool 1. That would be this. It's trying to compile compiling. It's trying to compile this. And my declarations are missing. Even though it filled it in. And it was not replaced. Texture coordinate, position. At the very least, there is no declaration at all. I don't like this at all. It's not clear. It is not clear at all what is going, how much is wrong. I changed so much. Everything is wrong. Okay. Is this the first compiling? It's probably better to just write it to a file. Yeah, it's the first one. Validation errors even. Ugh. My God. 100% broken. But okay. Yeah, thread build 6 here. Compiling. So the first thing that we try to compile does not have any declarations. It feels like my whole chair just broke down. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, how are we going to attack this little problem? It's probably, you know, something small like a one-liner and stuff, but maybe not, but still. It's gonna take a long time to find out what it is. Because no, less than an hour, I think. But maybe 5 minutes, you know, you never know. Anyway, we have to find the point, I guess, in the code where it would write this. That seems like a good beginning. My guess is that is pretty close to where it is writing that. So here we make a DLSL source code buffer. It begins with that header. And now we add a declaration. And this is empty. Isn't that what is happening? Yeah. That's why we had the 2 empty lines. So I think this is a good point to start debugging. I'll use attach TDB, otherwise we stop on the validation errors. Okay. So we are now in line 66, or just below. We are in front of 67. And now I do next, and then it's probably just going to do nothing because this whole thing is empty. That's my guess. Yeah, totally empty. So that will be the problem. I mean, it could be a billion other problems, but this is definitely a problem. I think it's simply empty. Okay, well, nothing to debug here then. Let's just quit. This is empty. Calling precursors 2. Maybe it's empty because I commented out that code. What do you think? This is commented out. That's probably it. I'm being sarcastic, of course. Ace, you're just in time. If it wasn't for you, I had no viewers anymore. I just discovered that I commented out all this code, and that's why I run into my current bug. So less than 5 minutes, but I still have to understand why I commented it out. And unfortunately, there's a fix me. Call this after preprocess is called after all characteristics finished, adding new shader resources. Okay. Yeah, so all the characteristics that are running should all finish adding new shader resources, and only then we may call preprocess 1. But preprocess 1 is being called by the user, and I don't know why I commented it out. I think the trick is that I added this. So here I'm doing the add stuff, and then it should wait until all the other characteristics that are running also finished doing that state. As in set continue state that run state characteristic range initialized, that waits until all the others are finished, I think. Don't do another now. Wait to do fill. Yeah, so we wait for the do fill signal. Do fill, which is signaled. Nobody can find it. Not here. Not here. There. Oh right, this is already in the multi-loop stuff. So initialization was done up here. Yeah. Characteristics are being run. Characteristics are tasks, and they're being run here, which causes them to run their first state. And then we wait for them to be initialized. Okay, I'm kind of confused now. So add must be part of initialization. It is initialized. The run state is set to characteristic range initialized. Yeah, well, still. Oh, this is the one that I have to follow. So it's running this state, which calls characteristic range initialized. And that is counting down. And then when all characteristic tasks call this function, then we do signal characteristics initialize. So yeah, it's this signal. So after all the characteristics did their add thing in the initialize, then that is signaled, and therefore we continue here in initialized, and then a bit later we do the signal do fill. In other words, it's already taken care of. So yeah. Now, of course, I forgot where that commented out stuff was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's see. I think it would be nice to have a debug to an assert here, that if this happens in the wrong order, then I get an assert. In other words, I should check that after having done this, there should no longer come a new add. Or with add, I mean shadow variables may not change anymore. I think anyway. Yeah. Let's just try to compile it. Compiled. Shall I run it? I wonder what other fixmes I added. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Really? What? No. And it is probably an old one from 11, semi-old. Seems weird to call this here because, yeah, okay. This is a hack. Yeah, this seems weird to call here. This is still needed. Shouldn't we pass on fill index? Yeah, well, all these from this date, they must be fixed before I can even expect this to work. That's quite long. I mean, I can just run it and then run into a bug and then debug it and then find out that it was one of these fixmes, like we just did. But it feels less efficient than just addressing all these fixmes first one by one and then try to run it and debug it. I'll run it anyway, but did we compile something now? Compiling. See, the declarations are back, that's nice. This one is still missing. This is my first compile, looks like it. I think that's the same thing, yeah, it's the first one. So it still didn't compile it in. And it says, yeah, colon not supported, okay. Yeah, that could be one of those fixmes, or not. I mean, it feels like I just didn't add a push constant. It is very well possible. Because, you know, at push constant, it looks like it's added here, but that is the fragment fragment pipeline characteristic range thing that I commented out. Yeah. This is commented out. So this line here I need to do, and the one above. Excuse-moi. Yeah, I'll do it here too. That's what I mean. It is already added. Still interesting then. Why it's not working? Nothing commented out here. That's the one. So here's we add push constant member, and then something is commented out. So yeah, that's why it's not working. And another one here. We have two of those. What does this fix me say? Get this from the virtual add shader stage base class. Yeah, my mouth is hanging open now. I'm like, why couldn't I write a comment that explained what is wrong here? Get it from, I don't even understand it. I wrote it like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Maybe it's not compiling, yeah. I don't see line 18, but let's try commenting out and see why. Maybe if it's not compiling, that would be a reason to comment it out, I suppose. It's not compiling. Okay, that's why I commented it out. It's line 34. Where did you see line 18, Mr. Ace? Okay, I'm starting to see the light, I think. Or not. This is in add push constant. Oh, right, I see. Yeah, I'm getting it. Okay, yeah. This mShader variables thing is annoying because I have to access it from all kinds of different parts, and it lives in add shader stage. Yeah. Add push constant. Can I not add push constants without also having an add shader stage? Yeah, I have no line numbers, so this is gonna be hard. Well, I have line numbers actually. 51 area. In this area, the bug must be. So the inheritance structure here is pretty difficult. I'll show you. I mean, I know Ace is watching, so I'm going to explain it to Ace. So I'm doing add characteristic a few times, and that creates a new object of these types, and then they are added to the pipeline factory. So it's just currently one pipeline factory, but yeah, also we'll also have multiple pipeline factories in the end, of course. This test only has one, and I even commented this one out, so we only have two characteristics, so one pipeline and one pipeline factory. Everything is just one, because otherwise it becomes incredibly more difficult, except the number of characteristics. So we have two characteristics, and this one is just doing simple things, so I'm not even going into it. So let's just look at this characteristic. So we have one pipeline which is created by one pipeline factory, which is where we add this characteristic here, and now we look at that object. That object is a range because I want to test it, meaning that it is a characteristic, a certain characteristic, whatever. But I need, something is changing, something that I can enumerate. So we'll just have an integer that runs from 0 and then 1 and then 2 and then 3 or whatever. That's our range. So it's going to make multiple pipelines. I said we had only one pipeline, that's not true. It would make multiple pipelines, one for each range value. And if I add multiple characteristic ranges, and this range is 3 and the other range is 5, then we're going to create 15 pipelines. But okay, that's not even important now. Next, I add base classes that, which is new since my, open brain surgery, which add certain traits. I would say characteristics, but using the word characteristic too much. So we add a certain trait to my characteristic. This particular characteristic, well, it's obviously going to create the vertex shader. So yes, I add this trait, This characteristic of mine is a range, and it's going to add vertex shader. And it's adding a push constant. But this one is derived. Now you thought it was difficult now? No. This is just the beginning. So now we have this one characteristic which derives from range. Add vertex shader because we're going to add a vertex shader, and add push constant because we use push constants. You say, well, how can I understand this? Well, very simple, like I said. If you use a push constant, you need this. If you want a vertex shader, you need this. If you don't need a vertex shader, you don't need this. So it's pretty straightforward actually. However, add vertex shader. Let me make this a little bit more complex before I dive into the next thing. Namely, we're going to need a fragment shader, and I did comment out the fragment shader characteristic. So this one is derived from add fragment shader. This characteristic would going to take care of the fragment shader, but it doesn't work yet. So I commented out. This boolean is 0. Boolean macro 0. So we don't have an add fragment shader, but we do need one, and I'm going to add it to this characteristic. That was the idea. Okay, so in this case, sorry, if not, of course. If we don't have a separate fragment shader, then we add it here. Okay, how does this work? Well, add vertex shader is defined like this and derived from a virtual base class, namely add shader stage. So there I just dropped the vertex name now. Now it's more general. Everything that is vertex specific is defined here. And we have a base class that takes care of other stuff. And this is a virtual base class. Well, go back, add fragment shader. It doesn't do anything yet. Uh-oh. But okay, it's also derived from a virtual base class, the same one. So if we have multiple inheritance, like here, we have this one and this one, then both have in their virtual table a pointer to the add shader stage class. And there is only one. There is only one add shader stage instance, and both of them can use it. They have a pointer to it. On the add shader stage, has mshader variables, which is what it's currently about. And then more difficult stuff. This is in order to communicate with the characteristic range, because so this thing has a virtual base class that it shares with this one. Both have a virtual base class. That virtual base class can communicate with this base class, which is not its base class. It's the base class of this thing. So how can a virtual base class of these two communicate with this object? Well, they do that by yet another virtual base class. So this one has a virtual base class called characteristic range bridge, and the virtual base class that is shared between these two, the add shader stage, has on itself again a virtual base class, which is the characteristic range bridge. So this thing then talks to the bridge, which talks to that thing. Now you can see that this thing here is a task, and it has a virtual base class characteristic range bridge. And well, these two are derived from add shader stage, which has also that bridge. This one also has an add shader variable declaration, but that's empty, I think. Yeah, it is being used, but I forgot how. Probably the other one has something else has the same base class, I guess. So I can use a pointer to this base class and then cast it back to the add shader stage or something. Anyway, it's not important now. Now my problem is that the add push constant is doing something for which it must access the mshader variables, which is stored in the common virtual base class of these two. So that seems like I need a bridge to this thing from here. So this thing needs a virtual base class, and then this one needs yet another virtual base class, so they can communicate like that. Okay. And no, in not in my whole life I ever made anything as complex as this in terms of inheritance. I seldom use vertical base classes, let alone vertical base classes or vertical base classes, and then 6 of them or whatever. Crazy. And I could have avoided it being a vertical base class, just a pointer. I mean, I can also add a void pointer base class. I mean, I can do that. But the downside of that is that then the user, and this is user code, this is a user class, then the user has to pass pointers, this pointer, to these base classes. And I wanted to avoid that. So I want them to be able to just inherit from it like this, and that's it. No passing of pointers required. Maybe it's kind of silly, but well, why not? I mean, what else would you use a vertical base class for? It works. It's not slower. Now there is an additional complexity, which is even confusing myself. We can have multiple characteristics, and that's the part that doesn't work. That's why I'm using this boolean here. So if this boolean is 1, then we do not do this. And this is only for the vertex, only has a vertex shader and a push constant. And then we have a separate characteristic here, which is then derived from fragment shader, which then suddenly has its own or is that private? That should be public, I guess. So that, yeah, this thing now has a vertical, as a pointer, you know, in its vertical table to the add shader stage vertical base class. But now it's suddenly a different instance, because it's a completely different instance here. They're no longer being used as two base derived multiple inheritance here, like the way here. So now this one has a pointer to an instance of add shader stage, and then here this one has a pointer to another instance. And yeah, nothing really changes except that I now have a 2-dimensional range instead of a 1-dimensional range, but the functionality should be the same. So if it is even needed to have a vertical base class for the add shader stage, then splitting these the vertex shader and the fragment shader up into 2 different characteristics leads to a problem, I think, because suddenly they do not share anymore the same data structure. Now they cannot, I cannot say make my own pointers anyway, and then have them point to, you know, standard unique pointer or standard shared pointer to the whatever the shader stage class was, instance, because these things are also tasks, and they run in a different thread. So if that is needed, then I will have to add mutexes to protect these containers that I then access with against the concurrent access. Most notably, the one that we were talking about right now, namely this one. standard vector, and it does not have a mutex at the moment. Now that's okay if I have two instances. But I'm absolutely not convinced that I can efficiently create my DLSL declarations, which need to know which descriptor sets exist. And descriptor sets might contain things, might contain descriptors to shader resources that are from both the vertex shader and the fragment shader. So they need to be aware of each other. So I'm afraid that the vertex shader and the fragment shader need to share a single container for this thing, and push constant as well. So now I had this fix me that said, you know, do this from a shared base class, but I don't think it's helping. I need to do something else for this shader variables vector. I think it needs to be provided by, well, by the pipeline factory. And then that's probably not even the only one. There might be more vectors or containers that need to be moved to the well, I did already put quite a few into it, so I'm not sure why I put this one here. I must have thought that it was possible. If this shader variables is only used to generate the declarations, then it would work actually. So it's gonna depend what is being used by the code that... Oh wait, actually I did already look at that, so maybe it does work. Not sure how to test it though. Okay, let's assume that I did think about this more or less, and that this is that's okay to put this one in at shader stage. In that case, I need access to it from a possible push constant. My God, I don't think there's another way than yet another virtual base class. Let's be humoristic. Virtual, well, let's call this add shader stage bridge. And now I'm going to add the same thing to my push constant. Yeah, where's the other one defined? With the other one I mean characteristic range bridge. It's defined in its own file. Okay, that's nice. So let's do that in pipeline. Where's my other bridge? Here. I don't have a CXX, sorry. I'll delete this one ahead. And then I'll add it to header. Let's keep it simple. Let's peek at the other one. Very good at stealing code for myself. It's a struct. Can be a struct. This bridges the add shader stage to other base classes that are used for character-secure class. Okay, and then what else do we do? I'm gonna need, well, at least debug, I think. Why do we assert? Don't know yet. What do I need? Kinda depends, I guess. Yeah, I don't know yet. That is I need access to the shader variables. Now I could, you know, make an accessor for the shader variables thing, non-const, because it must push to it. But I can also just pass this to that function and then have the function push it. Or I can do all of this. But then I would have to move this also to that. MDLS ID full to push constant. In fact, no. You may only have one add push constant base class. And then we have only one of these anyway. That is the idea, I guess. So I think I only want to change this line here. What's the type of this second here? Yeah, whatever it is, it must fit in shader variables, which takes pointers, shader variable pointers. So I think I want to change this into add a shader variable. I have something in my mouse buffer and I don't know what anymore. Therefore I don't want to use my mouse, and therefore I'm doing it like that. Oh, Ace is asking a good question again. No. I think actually answer is yes. You got me confused, but you can only a single pipeline can only have one. Well, you can only do one push constant at a time anyway. Yeah, well, you definitely get me confused here. But I think that even if I wanted to have multiple, then that's possible, or am I confused now? You know, I don't have the answer to it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can add a lot of push constants, but I don't know how many of these structs I could add separately. So this is my push constant, and then I can have any number of variables inside of it, and even arrays. But the total size of a push constant that you can use is 128 bytes. So it's really small. And it's probably no need to have more than one separate struct for it. I even call it push constant. It's like the push constant. I think that's the best way to think about push constants for a given pipeline anyway. So you just have, you know, a block of up to 128 bytes, and that's what you use. Now it is true that if I would add several variables, let's say I use the full 128 bytes here, that the standard says must be supported, and then I'm only using one of them in a given shader, then that automatically will only push this one thing. If I have multiple of these things, for example, I don't know, we have A, B, and C here as well. If you use B and you use this one, then you must also push A, because you can only push a single block. So that's about the ranges. So it figures out this one is being used and B is the last one that's being used. Therefore, this whole block must be pushed. And then say if another shader uses this one and C, then it pushes everything. So in that case, it would have been better to put C there. So you would only push this in one shader and this in the other shader. And if you don't use A, then you should not have used it, of course. But it's always possible that I will run into what I will call an oversight in the future, where I suddenly see the light in terms of push constants and think, oh, I should have done it like that, and then I'll probably do it like that. Because it's a learning experience for me too. I never did any serious graphics in my life, let alone 3D. And Vulkan is new to me too. Everything is new. So I don't really know. One of the reasons I'm writing it this extremely flexible is because I don't know. But apparently not flexible enough. But yeah, on the other hand, you know, it would be maybe even worse to support adding 50 different push constants, while in practice you will never use that, or you'll continuously run into problems then, because the total size becomes too large or something like that. Good questions, Ace. Yeah. I did, however, forget what I was doing. What was I doing? Hey, I don't know anymore. It just, you know, I'm really getting Alzheimer, I think. It's definitely short-term memory, right? I was doing something, we started to chat about this, and then I just completely lost what I was doing. In the middle of some code somewhere? Yeah, I wanted to add this. Add shader variable. This would then do this line here. Once it works. So I can begin with deleting this. And now I have to add my add shader variable. And that must be added to that class add shader stage bridge, which I didn't C tag yet. Make C tags. Let's copy it, I guess. Then I get here implemented by add shader stage. It will be implemented. Might well make it pure vertical, and it returns a type that shader variables contains on this. That's what it returns. Which I can just forward declare. So namespace Vulkan shader builder. It's a struct, right? No, that was a class. Right, and then what we pass. Oh, that's nonsense. That was the argument. Nonsense. Add shader variable. And it's just not returning anything. And then I have to implement this in... Oh no, it can only be implemented in one of them. I'm using Arch. This is so never reached that we don't even have a semicolon. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think AI never reached needs a semicolon. It's not a statement. Well, it is a statement, but it's more like, yeah, hello, what are you looking at? We'll never get here. So it's not executed. It does not need a semicolon. Okay, I'm digressing. So this now must be implemented by add shadow stage and not by the call. The other one is just a caller. It's just calling it. And the other is add push constant. That's the one that's calling it here. No, it's not. I need this one. That's the one that's implementing it. Written by, yeah, well, can I add it here? Or I have this private, protected. No. Okay. I think I did fix me now. Yeah. Dude. What do you mean you did it again? I'm super happy with you. I think you're like the only one who's asking intelligent questions about the code itself. I wish I had more viewers like you, Ace. Do never hesitate to make a remark or have a question or anything. Doesn't know what a shadow state bridge is. Well, probably have to include the header of that, which was in pipeline, and this is in also in pipeline, I suppose. Yeah, it's just the same as here. expected name class before. Same problem. Include that thing. Make, yeah, okay, well, let's run it. Still no image. The very idea. We have a nice assert here. Oh, assertion false. The bridge is going nuts. Oh, right. Really? Oh no. Oh, shit. Don't tell me that the base is calling it. vi window.h. No, okay, the base does not have is not derived from add push constant. So it's being called here, and that is in the vertex pipeline characteristic range. That should work. At least I think it should. Guess I'll have to debug it. And run turn 2, but rin as well. I say 2 with 2 O's, and then I type TO because in is 2 letters. Brain fart. Oh, if I get up now and put on my shoes very quickly and run like the speed of light. No, too late. Closest shops are now closed. Thought I had 1 minute left to run to the shop and buy more unhealthy stuff. We are crashing here. Why are we crashing here? That is the assert. That is failing. Never reach, it says. Okay, up. And this is being called from add push constant member. Yeah, well, that should have worked. Why doesn't it? Very strange. Oh, no. The demangler failed here. I'm writing programs so difficult that the demangler doesn't know how to demangle it. Yeah, well, like that. Yeah. It's capturing this. Might as well print this pointer. Yes. Add push constant pointer. Yeah, that's not helping. I think maybe up would work in the end. Add push constant here. So that would be the same this pointer, which is a vertex pipeline characteristic range pointer. Nah. Nah. That's strange. It just doesn't work. I'm having the feeling that it should work, aka this is a bug in the compiler, which wouldn't surprise me, because nobody on earth has ever done this, I think. They just never tested it. Too many virtual base classes. But it kind of sucks, because, yeah. More work for me. Why doesn't it just work? It's hard to debug. Very, very hard to debug. I don't think I can print out the virtual table of this thing. I don't think so. Well, that's difficult stuff. Hey, we have it. Or do we? Yeah. I see a lot of virtual functions, but the virtual base classes have a characteristic bridge and an add shadow stage. And yeah, but the add shadow stage again has a virtual base class, and it's not printing those. Maybe I should cast it. I can just cast that one. I guess I have to dereference it. Random attempt. That prints stuff, but still no add shadow stage bridge. That looks also... Something goes wrong here. Okay, I don't think there's any help here. At least I cannot figure it out. It doesn't help me. So yeah, why? Now I could make a test case and then ask IRC gurus or something, but test case will take a lot of time. Nevertheless, let's try that out. I think I'm going to make a test case. What is this? Convincing. Do we have here besides one box? It's not the one I wanted. Well, maybe you do. What? Control top's not working. Where was I? This one. Did I close it? To close something? No, this is what I want. Alt top. Control top. Actually, I want to go here and then go window.h. On the vertex pipeline characteristic. Yeah. Really? I have to click there to get it into the right spot. Characteristic range. Can I do Control V here? Wow. Yeah, I don't think I need this one. What is this? Do it again. Characteristic range bridge. It's just an empty thing with, I don't care. Alt top over here. And then we need an add vertex shader. Add shader stage. Hey, did you notice that we didn't have spammers today? I think YouTube finally got off its lazy ass and got rid of the spammers. Okay, then we need an add shader stage bridge. Yeah, or they noticed that nobody did fell for it anymore, or something like that. Control T. Alt top. Paste. Yeah, I think I can delete this as well. Add vertex shader. Add shader stage. Range, add vertex shader. Fragment shader. And then add push constant. Oh, there's the add shader variable declaration thing. I think I should have left that one. Oh, let's test it out without first. I think I'm done then now. And then the problem was that if I do int main, oh, you can't see this, right? Let me fix that. It's a very small font as well, I suppose. But yeah, you get the idea, right? Lots of declarations. Multiple inheritances. Okay, I'm going to declare one of these. And then I'm going to call a function on it, which is called, can I just go here at, wait, was this the one? I think so. So I'm calling a function, well, it's a template, but let's hope that it works like this. Add push constant. On that thing, which is defined in here. So I'm going to do protected void add push constant. And that one then is calling, well, actually it's doing something horrible. It's calling the compile time lambda, capturing the this pointer, but come on. That can impossibly be the reason. So that's calling add push constant member, and then that's calling this. I'm just going to call that function directly. Which happens to be a virtual function of the add shader states bridge. And I had it imp on, oh wait a minute. Right. Yeah. Okay. It can't work, right? Right. So it's calling this one, even though I have as a struct, why not? I have it also defined in add shader stage. This is an override. Now adding virtual tables is probably important, so I have to might be important anyway. Jesus. Yeah, well, Slampy, that is an FAQ, and people have asked it so often that I'm not answering it anymore. Just don't do it. Yeah, I have an FAQ in my description. I still didn't add that one, so maybe I should add it. But hey, then I'll end up with an FAQ of for C++, which already exists. It's not that me personally doesn't do it. Nobody does do it, except tutorials. I don't know. The reason I don't do it is because I want to see which functions belong to what namespace. If you remove the namespace from everything, then it becomes just one big mess, and you're just left with asking yourself, why am I using namespace in the first place? So it's a for regular expression searches. I can do a regular expression searches on std : and then some short thing. They use all kinds of short things, so cos or at, I don't know, and then I can find it. While if we do using namespace std in my .cxx files, of course, never ever do it in a header, then well, it would just become less clear. The code would become less clear. I would save 5 characters. Wow. As you can see, I'm not worried about using very long names and stuff. The number of characters is the least of my worries. I want to have something that is easy to understand, as it were, and grabbable with regular expressions. And now I forgot what I was doing. Yeah, I was going to look for a virtual here. It has a virtual, at least one, so let's add that here as well. What is the bridge? Yeah, of course the bridge has what? I'm just going to, I don't know, add something virtual. Virtual. I think this is unnecessary because there's a virtual base class. It probably already is virtual. Have to make these things public. Might as well change all the classes and structs, I think, to get rid of all any confusion there, access troubles. Could remove those public as well then, but I'm gonna leave them in. Here's a class, struct, okay. And now we have virtual add fragment shape. Oh, this is really not necessary. Might as well delete it again. Okay, let's delete this one. So the bridge has one, and this bridge is virtual. And if I derive from a virtual base class that has a virtual function, then really this has a virtual function as well. shader states derives from virtual thing. So this virtual was I have a virtual function here, which I'll write it. This derives from add shader stage, which is virtual. Therefore, we don't need to make it virtual. And there we have, well, just gets more and more virtuals. Same thing here. Nonsense called add. And again, derives from a bridge, so it's virtual on off. So we call add push constant, and I'm in add push constant, which calls add shader variable, which will call the add shader variable of the add shader stage bridge, which then prints out you reproduced it. Well, what I wanted is that this thing was overridden with this one, which is a virtual function, which is also derived from a shader stage bridge. But apparently that's not how it works. Let's try this. Whoops, 48. Oh, the stupid compiler. Sorry, stupid editor here. It's closing braces, which I don't type. It works. Holy shit. Why? Then I go through all this trouble and it doesn't reproduce. Which compiler is this? Yeah, GCC. I think I'm using that one here as well. Then what is the bloody difference? This is so annoying. .2. It's even newer than that one. Why does it not work here? What? I forgot to add virtual in front of it. That's the reason. All this work. Virtual. How much time did I put into making the test case? All because I forgot to add a virtual. Yeah, well, sometimes you just don't see it. Okay. I think that, well, that was it, right? So we can go back to this. Well, you would have been at the top of my respect list if you had told me that one, Ace. Unbelievable. 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 I mean, I made 2 mistakes. If I had not made one of the mistakes, the compiler would have warned me. I also forgot override here. So if I had the override, it would have said, hey, you're overriding something that is not a virtual function. And if I had add virtual, it would have said, hey, you are hiding a virtual function without using override. But since I didn't add override and I didn't add virtual, I didn't get a warning. It's a sad day for humanity. Or 1-0 for the compiler. I don't know. Next bug. Gabi, yeah, thank you, man. You normally don't see people sweat on YouTube. It all looks easy and fast, but that's not reality. Just like people are ugly. Well, you see that on the street and in the shop. But if you turn up, if you look at movies or look in magazines, then you think that you are the only ugly person in the world. Yeah, no, it's just I digress again. The reality is that you know this is hard work always. Programming, non-stop bugs and problems and fighting. Except Ace, he continuously makes selfies, so he must be handsome. There must be a delay again, by the way, yeah, between the chat and the video. Sometimes it gets really annoying if they have a delay of like 1 minute. 10 minutes, nah. Okay, this one is firing here. Push constant declaration context iterator is unequal add push constant DLSL default to push constant declaration context and. In other words, a thing cannot be empty. So this is empty. It should not have been. The reason it cannot should not be empty is because well, I guess it's explained here. This prefix should already have been inserted by add push constant. Yes, of course, I just did that. I'm looking for a coding idea myself to do during Christmas. My Christmas stream. Mm, 40 seconds sucks. I think there should be more clubs for ugly people. You can only become a member when you're ugly, and then they do fun stuff like going out and drink coffee together and have a laugh, have a good time. Seems like a good plan. Well, I don't know. I think I'm ugly, but everyone thinks that you are yourself ugly. So there are people who told me that I'm not ugly, but I think they're just full of shit. I'm not handsome in my eyes. It's like the asymmetric face, stuff like that. Asymmetry in your face is very ugly, isn't it? Think like there's two things that make people handsome, I think. Symmetry and when they are smiling and laughing. It's kind of strange though, you know. If someone has a happy personality, they're always, what is the English word? Yeah, happy, I guess. Vrolijk. That's a really big difference from looking sad. So it's kind of a trap. If you get depressed because you're alone, then you stop smiling because you're depressed. And you dress in black, as it were, or you know, and you don't feel like you're not. You feel like you're not worth nice clothes, or it doesn't matter anymore, or you just don't feel like it. But I cannot. As soon as it's not about programming, I don't know enough English. How to say this? So if you're depressed, you feel like it's not worth the trouble and it doesn't help anyway, etc. To put on nice clothes. So you stop taking care of yourself. For example, me, I don't never comb my hair. I do go to the hairdresser, but only after already for 2 months. I think I look like a complete fool. I look in the mirror and think, oh my God, you really cannot go over the street like this. I should go to the hairdresser. And then add 2 months and then maybe finally I go. So if people see me in the shop, yeah, I know, I look like, I like, what is the word? Someone without a home? If I've been just to the hairdresser and I have a good day, so I'm smiling, then people say, they say hello, strangers. And you start a conversation with them. But at other moments when I do not take care of myself and I'm looking sad and I go to the, yeah, homo, and I go to a shop, then, you know, nobody smiles at me, nobody talks to me. I still talk to other people, by the way, and then they talk back. If I say something fun. Trying to remember what happened last. I don't know. If I start a conversation with people, they change their minds, I think, about me. But if you just go for my looks, then I'm not someone that people like to talk to, I think. Did I ever tell you about this joke that I made? I was biking, and I had to be in time for the metro. Metro. So the metro was almost driving away, and they already sounded the sound of like ding dong. You know, the doors would be closing, and I was on the perron with my bike. And I had to make it, but you can only go in certain doors that are intended for bikes here. So I had to, I don't know, pass the bike a long way until I even found a door that I could go into. So I had pretty high speed in order to make it to the open doors. And then just before they closed, I sped into the car and I had to brake extremely hard in order not to run into all the people that were standing there, including a wheelchair, which has, some guy who's just always in his wheelchair, so he has all kinds of gadgets, including a big rear view mirror. And I was almost driving off the rear view mirror, but I could just avoid it by throwing myself to one side. And then, I don't know how it exactly happened, but someone made a remark, I guess. Maybe the guy itself, or maybe I said, well, that was close, something like that. And then someone said, yeah, you almost did drive off, kick off or whatever, the rear view mirror. And then I said, thinking about Stephen Hawking and memes they made about him, I guess. I said it in Dutch. I said, oh well, if you drive fast enough, you don't need one anyway. And then everybody laughed in the whole metro. I like that. Story of the evening. Do you know this meme with Stephen Hawking on a skateboard ramp? I want to see. Okay, go see if I can find it. Stephen Hawking's. Skateboard loop. It was, I think, even. Already have to laugh. Skateboard, that looks, yeah, this one. Stephen Hawking's Pro Wheelchair 2. This is great. This is the humor I like. Oh yeah, that's my kind of humor, this. I love it. You saw this before? And it's also great that you can find it back. Yeah, it's pretty special, I think. Internet times. You just type in some text and you find back whatever you were thinking of. Didn't have that in my youth. What was I doing though? I need an AI that just stands next to me, and then when they say, what was I doing? And then the AI says, you are doing this and that, because he pays attention and has a good memory. I don't really have that. Okay, I know it. To assert failed. And the comment says this prefix should already have been inserted by add push constant added, which we just added. all add push constant my push constant. Push constant is prefix. And the initialize virtual function of your full pipeline characteristic derived from Vulkan pipeline characteristic range and pipeline add push constant that uses this push constant. Well, I did that, but okay, because it insists, I'm gonna run it in the debugger. And check what's it talking about there, prefix and stuff. Yeah, I do not look homeless, by the way. I was reading chat back again, and I don't look homeless. I look like an autistic guy, which I am. So well, so there. Well, maybe I do not really look like an autistic guy, but in the ways I take care of myself, I do. Hey, I can show pictures of Einstein. Huh? He looks exactly like me. In terms of hair and clothes, I guess, sometimes. I guess I just don't care that much about how I look. To a certain extent, anyway. When I go to the hairdressers, not for me, it is for my social context on the street. Yeah, when I walk outside and people stop, they stop greeting me, then it's time to go to the hairdresser. I don't like that. It's kind of a village that I live in, so people should greet each other because everyone greets each other on the street. As you can see, I'm a completely confused professor. Cannot find a word. And up. Push constant. Well, that's definitely what we did. And then we have that uses this push constant. So we're inside that now. Squares vertical SL. The thing is using this push constant. Is that the only one? I think so. Info 0. Okay. 0, whatever that is, shader info. Anyway, it's a vertex shader. Might as well switch to shader info if you ask me. Get shader info, shader vert index. Guess that's all. So that would be this one, right? Because there's no other one. It's using get shader. The other one is commented out here. This one exists, but one it's a fragment shader and two is commented out. So this is the only one. Go around, in other words, yes, and we did call add push constant, which constant. So you, okay, and the whole command is whatever. I already did all this. So then why is it still empty is the question. Okay, let's now go to this line here. 31. Quit. Let's look at that. What? That wasn't copied. It wasn't copied. Oh god, it's doing it again. I cannot paste stuff. Push constant CXX 31. Yep. Okay, I don't think that is empty. Or is it empty? I could have checked it. This might be empty, or maybe it is not. You don't know. But hey, we do find prefix in it anyway, and I know what prefix is, so it was push constant. So this thing here does not contain push constant. It's probably empty. A prefix of vertex attribute. And nothing. Find, try in place. Find, try in place again. Pretty sure it's being added here, but it's being added to, well, there, push constant. Okay, I'm slightly confused here. Let's start adding debug output. D out, DC always, but I don't want to keep it. Heading. I'll just add the name, I guess, to, and then I guess this pointer, something. Push constant prefix is being added. So return something, can print it, can print everything. And we're printing it to this thing. Let's do to that off, and then just, you know, this pointer. I think that is it. Add another one down here. Accessor. Yeah, I'll just print out in the accessor itself. Can print it right. It is a map. I can print maps. Maps of strings. Not hearing it, you might speak louder then. No, yeah, seriously. Yeah. But I think really the being happy thing is also important. So if you walk like, you know, your shoulders forward and your feet don't really come from the floor, how is that called? And you look gray in your face, no smile whatsoever, and then you whisper, hello, then nobody's going to react. Yeah, will pretend hard not to see you. But if you stand straight up and your eyes are wide open and you're smiling and you're making eye contact with them, and then you say, good afternoon, and then they cannot do anything else but return it. And of course, smile while you say it. And if then they don't hear you, come on. Possible. You know, I think I have a lot of young viewers here. Maybe not as young as what I'm talking about now, but when I was young, I remember, I mean, I've always, well, autistic. I mean, I've been diagnosed with having Asperger. And the only thing I know that, yes, I have had a lot of problems with, you know, emotional and social development when I was young. But I think I was just, you know, busy with other things. I was more interested in computers and technical things and mathematics and stuff like that. So then you automatically lag behind. And I don't know in how far that is a defect of the brain or something. Autism is usually simply having less experience and therefore feeling less secure experience with social interactions and stuff like that. And then, of course, it's a self-amplifying process. Because once you are an awkward person, then people don't want to, well, your peers, children of young teenagers don't really want to be your friend anymore, as it were, and then you get less and less experience with it as well. But I remember that from that early time, I was looking at other boys and thought, you know, whoa, they have a great personality. I wish I was like them. Just the popular boys in school. And that was the reason that I did not dress like, in my eyes, would look cool, by lack of a better word. You know, I would not put on cool-looking jeans with a cool-looking sweater. Because if I would dress the same as those cool boys of school, I was afraid that they would look at me and say, well, think, but in principle, have the idea saying, who do you think you are that you're dressed like us? Do you think you are as cool as us? You know, I did not belong to this cool group. I did not belong to the popular boys group. So if I would dress like that, they would make fun of me. That's what I thought. And therefore I dressed like the nerd, like the idiot. And it took me a while before I understood that it's that's not how it works. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You always should put on the good clothes that you think you look in, that you look good in, and then go from there. And people will also think that. They see that you think that you are worth it, that you are a cool person, and then they will treat you like that. And they will be in awe as well. And the reason I don't do that even now is because I don't care what other people think about it. But that's a completely different story. Maybe if I woke up, tomorrow I woke up and I was decades younger, was a teenager again, I would do things differently. I'm sure. I would make sure I would look very tip-top in order and cool and good. And behave like that as well. Never had much problems with being self-secure, by the way. It's actually my main feature. I already told on the stream that I've been helping teenagers with all kinds of psychological problems or school problems. And I think that the reason that I'm good at that is, I think, mostly rooted in the fact that, yeah, I cannot say that, but you know, from their eyes, let's put it that way, I'm awesome. They look up to me. I'm awesome in every way. And then I give them all the intention and interest and time that they want or need. And that lifts them up. If I'm good at anything, then it's giving them, you know, feeling of self-secureness. Rubs off, I guess. At some point I had my best friend, he was 6 years younger, and I was a lot younger then as well, of course, but he was in school and he was the black sheep of the school. Like, no friends, everyone made a fool of him, he was, you know, a nobody. And he was living with his mother, and his mother was saying things like, you will never be able to take care of yourself. You know, if he did not clean up his room, she would say, yeah, I'm so disappointed in you, and you cannot do, you can never do anything right. You know, like, she was like that. So I told him, go live with your dad, and he did. And then he changed schools also at some point, I think. And we were very close friends. And after a few years, he was the most popular boy in school. And he was so self-secure. I'm pretty sure I had a big deal to do with that. It's like, you know, someone would make fun of him, and then he would think, someone as cool as Carlo likes me. He says I'm awesome. So this guy who is telling me that I'm not must be wrong. And at some point, yeah, you break the cycle of self-fulfilling prophecies of being nobody at school because you act like that and you dress like that. I must say that the speed at which I'm coding is so slow that maybe I should stop. Because, well, it's kind of pointless like this. I'm definitely going to stop after one extra bug fix. If I fix this one bug, not this compile bug, but just a second line that I copied, I guess. Oh yeah, the debug output, that was it, yeah. So I have to look at the... Do you see the square here? Is this square here? Is it? Or doesn't it exist? Yeah, run it, write it to a debug file, look at it. I cannot fool you. Did you type this correctly? You say, I didn't realize speed was a singing Cody. I'm not native English, so I have no idea what you're talking about there. And then you end with, I didn't think speed mattered at the time. No, it's, please rephrase. I don't understand. I guess this map is empty. And this one too. Okay, we have adding push constant to this. And then we're not reading from that. Not even close. Well, actually pretty close, but not close enough. This is 32A8. And this is 31E0. Well, I think that in the 40 seconds before that, and even a lot longer, I was only talking about dressing code and being self-secure at school when you're young. So I don't know, nothing to do with speed. Or maybe you meant my remark that I should stop because I'm not making any progress? I mean, I practically have gotten to a halt in progress, so should do something else until I'm fresh again. I don't have a deadline. Why would it be writing to some other instance and that later on it's reading from? But this pointer that I'm printing is maybe a different type. This is inside add shadow stage. I don't have my highlight anymore. Let's do that differently. Here. And this is inside add push constant. So the offset, the slight differences might be just an offset in the base class. Could definitely be it. Maybe I should print the pointer to this thing itself. And yeah, it's just being clear or something later on. It's very possible. I don't trust my this pointers anymore. Adding, wait, I have another line like that. Why? What do you think? Shall we run it again? Write it to file, contype, console contype, type again. Troop. Okay, Tori to the column after accessing something that is empty. And that's the pointer. And we highlight it. And now we scroll up. And then we see here that it is indeed a different pointer. 31E8. Big difference. Definitely not the same object. How do I debug that? I think the copy was made or something at some point, or am I going to have to add a billion more lines of debug code? That is really the only place where it is defined. It's gonna make sense. So yeah, okay, let's bring out the big guns. What I did so far is I don't really care. Oh, maybe make a new branch or something like that. Or, yeah, let's make a new branch. How to commit to a new branch? Absolutely nobody knows that. We're done with this, right? So get commit to new branch. Check out branch. That's old. Cannot believe that. No. I want the answer to be something containing kit switch. This is my answer. Really? Okay. Well, and at least it contains kit switch. I guess just switch to a new branch like this, and then we can commit stuff. It's not really. Same thing. Okay, like this. I'm just gonna type it in. So minus C must be before new branch. Create, I guess. So git switch. Create. Nothing. No. Brain surgery. Git commit everything. There's still a div, right? The same div. Thank you very much. Yes. Git commit. No, I have to do it in 2 steps, I'm afraid. No, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. What else is this? No. Split. Yes. And no, I guess for the debug output. And again, no. Yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, sort of. And this is general. Yeah, definitely yes. That was all. Git commit im pip. So all this is to do the current bug then, and just debug output. Basically, you can just remove all of this. No, this should have been committed. Why wasn't it? Add -p. No. Oh, I needed a split there. No, split. Yes, no. Git commit, amend. Diff. Okay. And now I wanted to look at this the access of this thing, which was here. It wasn't. The declaration here. Yeah. And then I'm going to rename it to 100% sure that it's something else. And then this is the accessor. I do want to print this pointer because this is add push constant. So I'm gonna work no longer with that, but just with this pointer. I want to be 100% sure I print the right thing, so I put void in front of it. Change this back to off. Okay. And then I need to make this a 2, of course. I renamed it to something with 2, right? Yes. Okay. Here's more debug output. This is also inside push constant. So it was nonsense what I did before. Anyway, I want to get I think I want to use an accessor now, or is that nonsensical? I mean, it looks like nonsense actually. The whole two things look suddenly like nonsense. Renamed it mostly so I would not forget. Changing instances to an accessor. Now I decide not to use the accessor. Yeah, it's simply always. Of course it is, because the thing was private. I'm an idiot. do. Yeah, that's something what I want to do is now track this object. And I wrote the utility for that in the past. And I forgot how it works. But since I already have it, I really should use it, right? How is it called? Track something? Tracking? I'll never know. Something in utils. No. Grab minus I. Track. Utils. Anything. Instance tracker. Yep, that must be it. Please have an explanation on how to use it. You gotta be kidding me. No explanation whatsoever. I hate myself. Well, maybe there's still an explanation in this .cxx file. Really? Really? I made this and I did not add any explanation on how to use it. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. No wonder I forgot. I never used it because I didn't know anymore how. Yeah, I guess this is not going to help. Actually, it is. I'm using it for tracked intrusive pointer. I can speak how I'm using it there. And then we have instance tracker for file descriptor. Okay, my guess is this is how it works. You have a class and you just add this as a base class. But then print tracker info. Maybe I need this. Yeah. In case you call dump on instance collection. Whatever that may be. Detail static instance collection. Okay. When are we going to call dump on this? Add. That's just that. Destructor for each instance. Yeah, that's how it works. I can call for each instance and then a function, pass a function. So that's going to print out all the instances that exist. It's not exactly what I had in mind actually. I just want to see all the constructions and destructions and copies and stuff like that. Yeah, okay. This is more for like when you have instances left and you don't know where they are. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I'll just implement it again, I guess, myself. Definitely should make this a utility though. Maybe just a macro that you can dump in here. See, that's annoying. I really don't want to make a copy of everything one by one. Well, it's not that much. Maybe I should. But normally I wouldn't want to. So it would be much easier to add something here. Some kind of base class and then pass this pointer to that base class and then that can print it. Just have to make that, should make that utility. But okay, all the amps we have are, there's one. The two dropped off. That was all, I guess. Yeah, I don't think we have a move thing. I don't think we have a move thing, but let's add it anyway. The thing is, I remember vaguely I have something that like does all this and then also records what the stack traces are and everything. So you know exactly where what is copied from where to where. Maybe the instance tracker is still what I needed. Should be. Oh, already wrote this now. Okay. Yeah, theoretically, you also have to need to keep track of assignments, I guess. So we're not even done yet. Assignment. Doesn't compile. Huh? Outlook trades. Yeah, of course. That's what I expected, to get an error there. Okay, required from. That's the typical skip all the required forms. Required from here, no matching. And this is still not my code. No matching function will call to construct add. There's more required here. God, imagine that you started reading this. Required from here. Use of deleted function. Call standard pair. Okay, where was it? Is implicitly deleted because the default definition would be ill-formed. We still don't know what they're talking about. At least you could have told me. Oh wait, it tells me. Basic string and standard unique pointer. Push constant declaration context. Yeah, it is definitely to do with what I just changed. See? Yeah, that must be one of the longest errors I ever encountered. What is the problem? Would have helped a lot if it referred me to any file of my my project instead of only 2 files by someone else, like the standard headers. Okay, my subconscious tells me that what I should do is go back to what I was just editing and then comment out everything except something. Let's do a binary search of what it is, what is causing it. That compiles. Yeah, it's probably assignment, or I don't know, maybe both. That didn't work. Okay, let's comment out the first one because that's easiest. Linking, so I guess it worked. Okay, so this one is not allowed, then I guess that the copy constructor is also not allowed. Not allowed, can only move the stuff. Okay then, so my guess is that the problem was that you cannot copy a unique pointer. Didn't see a unique pointer here, but I don't know. Whatever. Now, I don't think we have copy constructors even. I mean, you could say, well, yeah, I could comment it out, but what if now we still have the default copy constructor without printing anything? But I don't think that is the case, because if you do find a move constructor, then the copy constructor is gone as well. It's kind of confusing how they did it. Yeah, it compiles. Okay, so what was I doing? TT, right to debug out, crash, go to it again, go to the bottom, see that this is empty, 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 and it was never constructed. That whole pointer is not appearing anywhere in my log file. Okay, that's just plain sad. Here's a default constructor. Now we go to the bottom. So all this code for nothing. We have a default constructor at that address, which is then filled. And then here Control L. And then here at the bottom we are reading something that has never been constructed. Yeah, what? Yeah, yeah, definitely what. How is this possible? How is this possible? There is one possibility, and that is that the debug output was turned off, which I try to avoid by using DC always. But I think that's only for channels. It could be that the debug object was turned off. It's, of course, almost zero probability. But then again, where does this object come from? So maybe I should replace my debug output with writing to standard error or something like that. Nah, nonsense. The change is too small. Well, then it's just, I don't know, a non-existent object. I don't know how it gets caught here. Is it really weird? Really weird. Okay, I want to see in the debugger what this comes from, where this comes from. So I'm going to stop it accessing. Let's put a breakpoint here. Yeah, that was all completely worth it. Otherwise, I would have had to type it. Break. Always use your history. Way faster. Okay, kidding. We have a breakpoint. We run. We break on it after a lot of waiting, and I don't know what it's doing now, but it's only slow in the debugger. There we are. And it's printing accessing, and the pointer is this pointer, that pointer. Okay. List. Print this. That is an add push constant pointer. That's seriously. That's this pointer. So if I do up. Aha. Aha. We are getting somewhere. Yes. Okay, so this thing pretends to be a push constant, but it isn't. It was never constructed. Okay, what just happened? Nothing. List minus. Where does the add push constant come from? Oh, it's a static cast. Static cast of add shader variable declaration. And the static cast didn't apply any offsets, if at all applicable. And that cannot be right. This cannot be the same pointer. So the static cast is failing big time. A static cast should apply offsets for multiple inheritance stuff. Okay, I closed the other one. Still remember this. It's nice. Okay, so this is my more or less the inheritance structure, and we're having a where's the static cast? Yeah, I'm having an add shader variable declaration, which I deleted from this stuff. I guess I'll have to add it back. Okay, so I'm going to do like adding it to begin with. As you need, let's do escape 1G. Add it at top. Pasty. And then, my friends, include class at shader stage. Public virtual. No, wait. What am I talking about here? Add shader state begins with a public that. Okay. And then we have add push constant also. The rest is used in declarations. Add push constant. And I'm static casting that to an add push constant. Yeah. Yeah. Of course it just keeps it the same. So I'm having this and I'm casting it to an add push constant. That's no offset. So the static cast did work. Provided, of course, that it really is an add push constant. If it is an add shader stage, then the route from here to there would be totally different if it even existed. And that must be the case, right? This is simply not. This is not the base class of an add push constant. But we are dealing with a push constant. Yep, I think I'm gonna quit because otherwise it will become too late again. I soon have to go to bed and stuff, ish. At least I try. Cannot fix this bug before I go to bed. Nope. Yeah, of course. It is an add shader stage. That is the reason. Yeah, not sure what I wanted to do here, but I'm gonna stop anyway, even though I'm pretty close to fixing this one. It's getting too late to